Yo, change that beat up. Here we go.
Oh, good morning. Today, I've got to prepare artwork to be sent off. Also, our videos keep doing shockingly well. Oh, one sec. Okay. Sorry about that. Dog is kind of going nuts upstairs for seemingly no reason. But yeah, that's a bit of a problem in its own way. What the hell? We need, on the mage, we need to set up its shader. Well, it and the other one. Both hit flash and fuck, what's it called? Both hit flash and highlight need to kind of work in here. So I think we can do like void light. Can we access color? I think we can't. Yeah, constants cannot be modified. But can I do light underscore color? Change the render mode. Well, now we Google. Just do this over here. Colors are function. Colors. That's not what I'm looking for. Maybe it's albedo. I need it to... I didn't even think about this. See, that's the issue. If I go up here and I do render mode unshaded, I think that will make this thing kind of, and the other one, night, behave weird in other ways. By the way, the instructions I've given her as far as an art style so far have just been the game Hades. Yeah, see, like, it's totally unshaded, and that's the issue. I don't want this unshaded. I want it to still be shaded, but I want it to, like, the outline to be solid white there. I guess I could render it twice, and... but I really don't want to render that twice. I wonder if I can do that in the highlight shader. Like, if I go into the highlight shader, include here, and instead of this, I do diffuse. Yeah, see, that's not a thing. Color is. Light. Player fragment, could do that. And then do texture UV. But constants can't be modified. And I don't know why. Constants cannot be modified. Godot light shader. Okay, so light and, from what I understand, light and spatial are the same thing when it comes to Godot shaders. Also, let's just... I'm peeking a little. There we go, that's a little better. There we go. We'll drop that just a tad too. Okay, so from what I understand, though, spatial and light are the same thing. It's just that spatial is 3D, light is 2D. And I don't quite understand why... like, that doesn't do it. So, like... light function. Do that. No, it's on light function. But this doesn't exist. I'm not trying to access it outside of light, it's just not there. It's like it's... I can't... Why doesn't it exist, though? Let's change it to forward plus compatibility mode and see if that does it. If I go in here, I change this to forward plus. Save and restart. Give it a second. It's possible that that's what's broken. It's possible that's something to do specifically with, like, using the mobile compatibility mode. Technically, forward plus supports mobile. So, like, if I do this now, can I access? No. Why? Why is that not? Let's go back to basics. Let's just make sure. Yeah, okay, it is the same. Putting this on another screen. So I can do render mode. And that looks like it's being affected. we said PPR. Godot uses two main parameters, metallic and roughness. Roughness specifies how smooth. Albedo. Color. Metallic. See, and they're all things in here. Like, it's saying that this should have the albedo, but it doesn't. Now, that could be because of the render mode. Why? Okay, like, this is great and all. Ah, that's why. Okay, that's interesting. The visual shader thing is kind of cool. It's not a feature I've used yet, but I've seen it in other things. I wonder if that's... I need to check my search history here in a minute, because I just need to see, like, if that's a... Because I ran across this yesterday with someone doing the exact same thing I'm doing. They're just doing it constant as opposed to whenever the mouse is over it. So I need to check my search history for this. Either way, I need to run to the restroom, so I'll be back. Alright. Sorry that took so long. I'm going to check my history real fast from yesterday. Kick YouTube, Instagram, Google. I think this is it. Yeah. This guy. This was also something I found that's kind of neat. Okay. For a character, I want the character to be affected by lights and shadows, but I don't want its outline to be using render mode unshaded. Yep, makes the shader unaffected.
I guess I just multiply by modulating the highlight shader.
I wonder if this is something that's in here. Okay, no. Did I close that window? Use the unshaded view. Do not want light. Use the light only render. Gotcha. Okay, see, this is what I've been hunting for. Doesn't help me solve my problem, but so how did you do it? And I don't think I can set render mode in here. Because I think if I do that, it'll break. Yeah, I see. We're gonna go ahead and copy that out or cut it out real quick. Just as a test, I'm fairly certain what'll happen is this will just outright break. And that all makes sense. That's correct. But now, if I summon the knight, see, it's just unshaded outright, and I don't want that. So, I think what I need is in these two should just set the color. I need to do render mode, unshaded, and then a modulate. And I think modulate's just a sample 2D in their example. So let's do... Not here. Not on this one. This one. Okay, so we would do render mode, unshaded. And then we would have a uniform... Not sampler 2D, it'd be a Vec 4. And then this times modulate. And then by default, we'll just set this to okay, now if I go down here, go to material, we have shader parameters. The highlight color, we can set modulate, right? now what I need over here we're going to do this real fast. Take a quick screenshot of that and throw it up on the other screen there. And then here we can do 0.416. And then we can do 0.541 and 0.847. All right. So if I save that and I go over to Mage, and let's just make this not uniform. Okay. Now we've got it there. So what we need to do, we actually do need to manually do what we do in our player base. I think what this ultimately will do is make lit player and player the same. Sorry, I'm thinking. Be in the highlight shader that I do this. Okay. So then we go into highlight. We do this. Sample T, highlight color. Otherwise, it just returns the original. And original is this times the modulate value. Okay. I think that'll do it. And then I think we can go into player, keep render mode unshaded, get rid of this. We should make that uniform. And we're actually going to change this because this is kind of wrong. So what we want is 0.416, 0.541, and 0.847 and 1. And then over here, we actually just want it to be 1s across the board. We are more likely to have a sprite that is unshaded than one that is shaded. Makes more sense to do it this way. Yeah. Yeah. I think that's correct. And then let's see what that looks like in game. We've got this. That looks normal. I want this to go a little faster, so we'll grab 2 of these. And then we've got this. Still unshaded fully. Unless I mouse over it. So it's half right. That's what it should look like. Okay. That's closer. Let's see what blend mix does. Do that. That's not quite what I wanted either. One second, I'm gonna go check on her again. No idea what her problem is. But I think we are on the right track. Now, where's that article I just had about the built-ins? Excuse me. flash and light. We don't have a normal map, so oh, being new to something's fun. Because the thing is like basically what we want to do is unshaded. And then like in player fragment. Or player base. Yeah, player fragment this. Our like thing we do here. So we do that, and then we do the same, we do this here. And then if not flash active and not highlight active, then new col times equals modulate. Oh, that was plus equals times equals. Now I think what that'll do is give us kind of what we're expecting. Yeah, so we do this, and then we can move that around. We get our white highlight. The only issue is you can see, like, it's not really lit up anymore. And we still want it to be lit up. I guess that still looks better, but I'd like it to get lit up by other lights, especially if we're going to add more to the scene. Like if I put it right here and I spawn another, like you can see it doesn't really get lit up at all. That's so close to what I want to, which is what sucks. I wonder if I added the modulate on, like, here. or here. So like if I went into highlight, and we have this highlight color, we do highlight color plus modulate. So we can do like this, plus modulate. I think what this will do is it'll, because like if we're mixing or we're adding, like I don't think, like if I think I could do this, and then I go into player base, get rid of this line. Oh, good. Hating some. Okay. So good. And then no. So that didn't do it. And I don't think I have to, yeah. Unless I did mix. That's the other thing I want to change. I want to make it so that like where you click this thing determines like what the drag point is. Like I don't want you to like jump to the center. That's still not quite what I want though. Gee, add is additive? What a guest. Well, that's different. I don't hate it, but it is weird. It's also like slightly transparent. Which, while that would look great for a ghost, because we could do a ghost at some point if we wanted, we could do like a spirit. For the skeleton that's supposed to be tangible, it's not really what we want. That's another thing I need to change just right quick. It's easy to change here. We can go into not transform ordering. Yeah, we'll set like Z index to 2. The reason we're doing that, by the way, is because for some reason it's getting drawn under. I guess we probably shouldn't do it there. We should probably We will set up Y sorting later. Basically, it's getting drawn underneath the gravestones right now. At some point, we need to set up Y sorting. I'm going to go ahead and add that to the ongoing list of shit to do. Y sorting. Yeah. That's going to be a thing. Like, I'm just not sure. I could... The cop-out answer is that I add floating candles around him. But that's not really what I want to do. And where is... Yeah. Well, I don't get really any views on Kick. I do tend to monitor it. Not sure. That feels backwards. But it's certainly not, because it works. When in doubt, do all of them and see what happens. This will give us an interesting outline. I guess I don't need to be turning this on every time. I can just highlight as active. Well, that's very intriguing. I could do... do these. And then we'll do this. And then I think we can do... which maybe? Still doesn't do it. That's interesting. That's interesting. That's kind of a cool effect we could use for something else in the future. Like, it doesn't make any sense to use it here, but it is kind of cool. So let's do light texture. And then in player base, like, now it's affected by light correctly. We still don't have the white outline I'm wanting. I don't think. Yeah. It's still more of a gray. Now, because that just is recreating the standard lighting. Why am I doing... Oh, it's because I take on the alpha. That's right. But I just don't do that in the function. I wonder what happens if you... Like, if I... That doesn't change anything, though. In theory, that should be green, right? Am I crazy? Well, that's different. That's kind of amusing. Still not what I was looking for. That's interesting. How do we fix this? Like, we can do unshaded and then do the modulate value. Ooh. There's a thought. And then we do render mode unshaded. I think that that's correct right now. But let's just see. No. Times vec4. And then we'll do, where's that screenshot? Yeah. vec4 is 0.4. 0.541 and 0.847 1.0. Now we're just permanently shrouded in darkness. I need to pause and refill my coffee. Excuse me. We may just end up having to accept the weird coloring, because I don't know a good way around this. Like, could do that, but then, like, that doesn't help us here and here. I guess doesn't. Like, I think this is just normal. I think all we're doing here is just what happens. Yeah. As I'll also pull up the Twitch stream manager, just so I can monitor it. It's easier to monitor over there. I could pull up YouTube too, I guess. Nice. Today's the 30th, yeah, that's right. Our YouTube analytics are interesting. I really need to start uploading that series for programming and making your own games. I think we might just have to accept that this is going to just kind of be the way it is. Like, it doesn't run per light pass. Canvas item vertex, fragment normal, light. The light processor function works differently in Godot 4 than it did in Godot 3. In Godot 4, all lighting is done during the regular draw pass. In other words, it no longer draws the object again for each light. Use unshaded render mode if you do not want the light function to run. Use the light only render mode if you only want to see the impact of lighting on an object. This can be useful if you want the object visible when it is covered by light. If you define a light function, it will replace the built-in function, even if your light function is empty. Below is an example I shared. It takes the canvas item's normal map into consideration. For a sprite 2D with a texture of size. That's interesting. That could actually be really useful. I wonder if texture pixel size is part of fragment too. Texture underscore pixel underscore size. It is. I think we can do our highlight. If we do sorry, I have to do X step equal. I have to do this like actually in a spot that supports it, so I need to do that like in player. And then in highlight, I just change these from uniform. And then I'm quite literally going to copy this out. This. I'm kind of curious how well this works. Ah. And then we'll just like that. Why is that a thing? kind of curious. Okay. That's interesting, though, because that should function the way I think it does. That does work. Huh. Well, that's cool. Well, let's go into player base now. Make it accept a vec2 of pixel size. We'll pass that in here. That's cool. And then texture pixel size. Do that. And then in the highlight, pixel size. And then pixel size 1. That's going to be all of our Y's, or all of our Y steps. And that's going to be pixel size 0 for all our X steps. Cool. That's correct. And then isn't like necessary. And we're gonna pass in here texture pixel size. Good. Good. All right. And now I can actually, over here on this, we have this player sprite, which goes through and like it actually does set these. We don't need this script anymore. So that's cool. Just make that empty. We don't need to set them. And then in highlight, we can actually remove these. Yeah. See? It automatically figures it out for us. Which is really cool. God, that's good coffee. Sending some Robertson before and after shots I took last night. Robert's the guy who does sound for me sometimes. I just want to send him off. So he's been asking me progressively over the last few days. Me and him talk a fair bit, but we like kind of go up and down on when we talk. But yeah, he's been asking me. Really? Oh, thanks for the follow. But yeah, he does music for me sometimes for Game Jam games. He might end up doing the music for this if I ask. I haven't asked. Probably should. But yeah, that's cool. I like that we can get pixel size now. Pass that along. This is almost dependency injection. It kind of is dependency injection because we're passing this all the way down through a bunch of functions. It's basically what we do in C. I modified this, but apparently I never returned the removed any of the comments. That's fine. I think we're just going to have to leave it. That's really annoying, and I don't like it, but I can't think of a better solution right now. Let's browse Godot shaders for a bit. We'll see if we can't come up with something. Oh, the hue shift is cool. That's kind of cool. Kind of neat. Not what we're looking for, though. That could be interesting. This could be an interesting thing to add on to the particle effects. We're going to try that, actually. Not what we were looking for at all, but could be really useful. We'll try it on the summoning circle if I can find it. Yeah. So we've got this summoning circle. It's got these GPU particles here. And it has this canvas item with add. If we remove that, we can do new shader material. Excuse me, new shader. That's fine for now. We can do it, summoning circle. Shader, I think we put these in scripts, resources. No. Prefabs? Tools? No. Where the hell have I put these? Are they in assets? Assets. Okay. Let's just see. Okay. Just their base shader. What's that look like? It's a little big, or its intensity is a little high. 0.1. See, alpha is clamp alpha times intensity. Let's not change that. Let's change that from one shot to just keep always emitting. I can scroll down here and actually change these because they're shader parameters. Ooh, how do you do that? Oh, that's nice. Texture, UV. There we go. And then our glow color should actually probably come from our texture. How do I get it to obey the gradient? Or do I just not use the gradient and I just tell it, hey, you're going to use this one and then you're going to fade with time? Which, I mean, that's possible. We can do this. If we go in here and we copy that. Let's see what that looks like in game. That's wild, dude. You have food. I just want to let you know. He's yelling at me because he can see the bottom of his bowl. It's also stream time, so he likes to yell during streams. That looks cool. I actually like it a lot more than what we had previously. Let me add that to the firebolt. Like if I, excuse me, go down here to trail effect, remove that canvas item, quick load. I guess we won't quick load. I'm gonna do a new shader material and we quick load the shader. Yeah. Mini notifications. Summoning circle. Let's see what that looks like. Alpha's a little much. It's not quite got the intensity I want. It's also not the color we need. That's good though, because that means that it's unique. Just gonna do that for the color. So if I set spread way up. Oh, good. I thought I clicked the wrong thing. This one's harder to see in game if I don't... It's harder to see in the editor. That's better. I like that. Okay, cool. And then over here, let's go down here, up the spread. Up the intensity like a lot. Turn off one shot for a minute. Let's look at its darker one. What's that look like if I pull that in? That's definitely more that sickly green color we're going for. We might want this more in between one though. And let's check you. That's a little too yellow. Let's go for this. Oh, thanks for the follower. Or the follow. That looks a little better. At any rate, I like it better than what we had. Turn the spread down just a little. That should blur those edges a bit. Turn the intensity about there. I don't think we need to worry about pulse so much with this. Doesn't really change anything. Either way, I like this a lot. 5 times. This feels unnecessary. Turns out very necessary. That's weird. Oh, 0.2 would be... Yeah, this would get multiplied first. Yeah, in our case, this doesn't matter. Okay, so that's just getting the center. Which, by the way, is going to be 0.5. The center is always 0.5. Okay, so pulse speed, spread are unnecessary. Times texture. This glow color. Curiosity. What happens if I drop the... And let's take this and make it... What happens if I do unshaded? We just get solid green. And we can do mix. That's the same deal. I think that that's going to be our best bet. I kind of like what we have there. That's cool. And now if I... Yeah. Cool. And we'll turn this off and turn one shot back on. That's nice. We should do that too for the Angel Bolt. We should also probably change its name, because it's not really... where is it? Over here. Did it keep it? Good. It just changed. Okay, good. That makes me happy. I want to add that to the Angel Bolt. Angel Bolt should also... Oh, good, it already has it. It just needs... New shader material, quick load the shader as the... Nope, not player. Glowing particle. Its color is actually pretty close to correct. Nearly spot on, actually. We'll go ahead and turn this on for a bit. Just to transform. That looks good. Good. We'll go ahead and turn off that trail effect. Okay, yeah, that's fine. I need to go through here and remove this on all of them because they don't need it anymore. Otherwise, we'll get an error. Do need the skeleton. Do not need player sprite. That was purely for going in and calculating the X and the X step and Y step for the highlight, which is no longer necessary because we can just use texture size on it. Okay, cool. And then in here, we're going to go down here. We're going to go here. We're going to get rid of this. We're going to quick load in our glowing particle. We'll change the color. Just like middle of the road green. We'll up the intensity a bit. We're going to turn this on. Turn off one shot. What is intensity doing in here? Nothing. I can multiply this by intensity. There we go. Yeah. And we'll go into lightning, firebolt. In this case, we do want it just at 1. Okay, so that's interesting. Go in here. I think most of the time I just want this to be 1. So let's just get rid of it. At this point, we're not really doing what the original did. So this determines. Then we have our alpha. And then we need a uniform float for spread. Doesn't really do anything yet because we're not factoring alpha in. We don't need that. We'll do alpha times intensity. And times alpha. And then we need our uniform intensity. Like that. And then let's check out the summoning circle. Off, on. Yeah. Like that. I like that. Now back to what we were originally looking for. When we stumbled across that really cool thing. Oh. That's pretty close. I'm going to run to the restroom real quick, and then we'll continue looking through this. Okay. I guess that song was over. Yeah. Excuse me. I wonder what this one is. Oh, that's kind of neat. Connect. Right, came up. Glitch world border, but it has a very specific implementation I don't know. Fog shader in 64, texture filtering operations. I'm gonna look at that one. What's really cool is that fire shader the glow shader we found that I've turned into like a glowing particle. I think we can use that to replace our fire, maybe. This font's really hard makes it really hard to read this. $2D burn. The burn shaders are cool. Kind of neat. That's for later. This one's kind of cool. Might use that on the cards. Excuse me. This could be something to look into too, because that's almost certainly based off the area that it's taking up, and like I kind of only want this like area around the thing to be on fire, and then I could use smaller particle effects to convey direction. I don't know. That's just a thought. This stream has somehow gone from a game dev stream to watch a guy scroll through Godot shaders for a while. That's cool. Not useful for me, but cool. That is about the simplest one you could make. Fireball that looks like it has light. Not quite what I'm going for. Tin fragment. But hold on. There is no... Right, yeah, there's radiance and irradiance. It's a mission. Yeah, this is the wrong documentation. That's still not right, though. Could be a different window. Regardless. Ah, okay. Yeah, it's gonna take me a minute to do. Am I crazy? Did I not? Yeah, it's you. probably is a Vec 4. Regardless. We'll call that good for now. Take a look at it. Oh, I didn't turn one shot back on. Oops. Alright, let's fix that. Make it a one shot. Save it. And then let's go into the brute and change its thrash effect. Turn one shot off, turn this on. We're gonna get rid of this texture. We're gonna quick load a new texture. This is gonna actually be the test PNG. We're going to drop new shader material, quick load, the glowing particle effect. Gonna like that. And then in here, we're gonna do angle, minimum, maximum. Negative 360. And then we want hue variation. That's not gonna work, but that's because anything else, index, emission, shape, particle flags, direction, orbit angle. I kind of like that. Set to one shot. Good there. Bomber's already done. Mage is done. So we've modified the particle effects. We still can't fix that shader issue, which is very annoying. be right back. All right. So he's done. The angels need lights on them, but I think I've done that already. Yeah, I did. So all the angels have their lighting. I need to like zip up the assets folder and send it to Felicia. I also need to research some games to send her for an art style that I kind of want for this. Yeah. Let's see, how do you do Y sorting? Also, there's an issue with these graves. I don't know what it is. Yeah, so the grave area just has that. What does grave have in it? Does targeted ever get changed? It's a private boolean. Yeah, don't know what that's about, because targeted never changed. Not sure. There is some issue with these guys, though, because occasionally one of them will get interred, and then it'll end up in this, like, lock state, and I don't know why. At least not right now, I don't. Gonna do this. Forgot that we had a pause screen. Main menu for now. We're gonna need a game over screen at some point. Lightning FX is good, and so is the fog. Summoning circle's done. Firebolt is done. We've got the Ichor there. Yeah. Just thinking right now. I know at some point we're going to put more lighting in on this too. Like there will be more lighting in the graveyard. That's just there. Let's look up how do we set up Y sorting. So I think what that means for me is that in here, we need to turn Y sort enable on everything. And then in the player, we'll just do the Gravedigger first because it's easier. We'll go in here. And I think that's all. We should be able to test this pretty easily. But I think we might have to go in and enable the Y sort on everything. So, let's see. Nope. Okay. So we need to turn probably Y sort enabled on the gravestone. So let's open the graves. Y sort is enabled on them. Y sort probably shouldn't be enabled on this. Okay, right now that looks fine. You see how they're not like behind it ever? Now they're always in front of it. So let's see. If I go into the Crossmaster, that should be the point at which it needs to be, you need to be over it to be behind it, right? Z index is 0, Y sort, Z is relative. I have to do it on the sprite. And then I think we need to change its offset. And then I need to shift the sprite. Like that. Now let's try it. Yeah, see, it's still not... Still not quite what I'm looking for. See, now that's correct. So it was right. And then it should be like, should we make Z as relative off? That shouldn't matter. And regardless, it should... I wonder if that one overrides it, like... See, like, it's just not what I expect. Like, what I expect right now is for it to be behind that cross. Do I have to go into the game and do it? Like in Level Master? Why? Like, it'd be one thing, like, if it was just like halfway, but it's not. Okay. So it is that. Cool. Cool. That's easy enough to deal with, I think, because I think now all I have to do is go up here. Y sort is enabled and C is really... Okay, those are fine. or should be fine. And then they need to have the same z-index. So we can set the z-index to 1 on this and 1 on this. On this. And then I think that'll make them sort, but not everything else. Yes. It's exactly what I wanted. Not in the right spot, but that's an easy fix. And it's not going under this. And if we go... That one's not on z-index 1, though. So that makes sense. Okay. Progress. Progress. And we'll do this. Z-index 1. We'll turn it off on here. And set z-index 0. I think that'll do it. Okay, it's kind of the opposite of what I want. I wonder what it thinks the offset is. Here, grave. Ordering z-index 0. Master. Z-index 1. Z is relative. Y sort's enabled. Alrighty. So why is it going for the halfway point? Is it just following this one? Okay. Is it the opposite of what I'm thinking? Well, no. No, it shouldn't be. I wonder if that has something to do with it. Well, no, because they have different z indexes, so it wouldn't matter. But then all of these should have y sorting. Do I need to turn Y sort enabled on the root? Let's see. Because, like, it's close to what I think is supposed to be happening. Maybe I need to turn it on the root. Because it looks like it's the middle of it that's it, and it shouldn't be. It's close to right. UI should be on a higher layer. That's a different problem, but okay. All right. So that's better. That's what I expect to be happening now. And hey, look at that. It's behind it. These guys should just, in general, have a higher Z index. Or we just enable Y sorting and set their Z index to 1. But that's okay. I think I understand how to do this now. It's going to involve going back and setting up a lot of offsets, but I don't think that's a big deal. It should be pretty easy to fix. And I think that'll be the last thing we do on stream today is set up Y sorting. Because after that, I'm going to start packaging all the art and getting it sent to Felicia so she can redo it and make it look all pretty and stuff. And then that does mean we're going to have to redo all of the animations, but that's okay. That's fine. But yeah, once she redoes it and does her own sort of deal on it, that'll be cool. That'll look nicer. It'll look better. And I want to start scripting out probably the first tutorial on the YouTube channel, teaching how to code and how to make games using Godot and C#. So that'll be fun. That'll be a cool little project. It'll be interesting. I might have to set up a Windows VM to kind of start from scratch. But once I have that set up, I'll just move on to my primary rig and call it good. No big deal though. Should be easy to set up. So I'm gonna run to the restroom real quick. And when I get back, we will start setting up Y sorting on everything. Be right back. Alrighty. Angel Bolt. Yeah. Ordering. Z index is 1. Y sort. Now it should appear over or under angels depending on where it goes. Now we'll go into... just go ahead and get all these guys open. And then we can test them and make sure they work. So our first thing here is we need to go here and set Y sort to enabled. Right? Yes, and 0 is fine for this. We don't need to set its Z index. But for this, we do need to set its Z index. We also need to set Y sort enabled. So, gonna open up ordering, Y sort, set its Z index to 1. Now, this is kind of the big thing, is we need to set the offset. So, if we scroll up here, we see this offset parameter. We need this to be higher up, because this is the point at which we switch views. So, for this guy, we're going to do -20. And then we're going to shift him down again. There is another change we're going to make, not with this guy, but with every character. We're going to open them all up, go into the health, well, not the characters. We're going to open up the health bar, and we're going to set it to be a top level element. That way it always shows on top. It's not affected by Y sorting like this is. So that's a thing we have to do. Not a big deal. Knight. Ordering. Y sort enabled. Knight. Ordering. Y sort enabled. Z index is 1. And your offset is going to be like right there. Let's do -20 actually. Let's just do the same because that works. And then we're going to shift you down 20. Right? So basically what we're doing is we're going in and we're setting up every offset. We could do this as a tool, by the way, and someday maybe we will. Kind of makes sense to build a tool to do this because I'm repeating the same steps on every single thing. Enable Y sort, go in, enable Y sort again. Oh, we already had Y sort enabled on these guys. We're just not using it. Oh, and look at that. They're already set up with their offset. -25. And then if we checked our transform is actually 0. Oh, we built everything on this. Ah, that's right. We built this guy first. So he's kind of weird. He's already got some of this shit that's like done. I'm going to enable Y sort on him. It's kind of a waste almost, but I don't know where players are going to put these. I feel like a soap company. And yeah, that's fine, actually, for him. No, he does need to have an offset, but his offset needs to be like 5 pixels. Or -5 pixels. Yeah. And 5 on the Y. There we go. That should do it. Okay. Ah, it's grabbing that. That's fine. We use this really large attack area. Alright, now let's buy one of everything and test it against the graves. First, we'll buy a gravedigger, make sure we didn't break them. Hey, look at that. Perfect. That's exactly what we want. Next, we'll buy a knight. We're going to move you up. Ah, look at you. You work. I'm going to put you down there. I'll let you fight that. Gonna do a mage. Mage? Hey, look. You're perfect. And we're going to buy a bomber. Bomber moves behind the mage and in front of the mage at the correct spots. Moves behind the grave and in front of the grave at the correct spots. And you're going to just stand there for a minute. Boom. And, hey, looky there. It's not perfect, but it's good enough. Now, I'm debating on the angels because they fly, so it kind of makes sense. Technically, I guess so does the Gravedigger, though, and the Brute. I could make the angels always have a higher layer position. Also, yeah, you're seeing the issue with the health bars there. So the health bars need to kind of be fixed. But cool. That all works and does what I expect it to. Hey, we actually hit the end of our counter. I feel like that never happens. Cool. That's awesome. Helps me at the very least. I'm going to check out the Firebolt. Not because we have to do Z indexing, but we do. Yeah. You're going to have Y sort enabled. And you're going to have Y sort enabled and be set to 1. Yeah. But your trail effect. Let's go 3.5. All right. And we'll just create a couple of these. A couple of these guys. That looks better. Cool. Need to enable Y sort on their trail effects. This is why we test. All right. We need now all the angels. So the dominions, the powers, the seraphim, the thrones, and the virtues. Not a big deal. Should be pretty easy to set these guys up. Ordering, Y sort enabled, 1. And these guys all, almost all, maybe all, are going to be indexed by their, they're going to be all set up by their centers. Because if it's above this point, yeah, it should probably be behind it at that point. Thrones are kind of a unique case. Is there... Okay. So yeah, down here is probably going to be our best bet. The reason we did it that way is because this shouldn't really ever be behind something. Well, see, I say that, and now I'm kind of going... I'm going to go back on that. We'll do that. Seraphim. Y-sort enabled. Sprite 2D. Powers. Powers are weird. Powers actually have an offset. Their sprite's kind of huge. Also, that should be up there. Y-sorting is enabled. Power sheet. Ordering. Y-sort's enabled. It's a 1. And then up here, like what, negative 50? Yeah. Negative 55 maybe? And then positive 55 for its transform. Alright. There's the powers. Dominions are up next. Dominions are not special. I don't think. We might make the Y-sort go just below their, It's weird to think about Y-sort when you don't have feet. For a character. Like, normally it's based off of where their feet are. That's why this is kind of so difficult. The nice thing is even once I change the art for these, it won't really be that big of a deal to go in and then, like, you know, adjust all of my collision boxes and stuff. It's 2 o'clock. I need more coffee. Sad. We'll finish the minions first before I go put another pot on. Y-sort's enabled. Sort's enabled. It's a 1. And you I'm going to actually give an offset, so do it like right there. And then it's going to increase by make my life easy. Just do that. Alright. That should be all the angels. We're going to go into the enemy spawner and just have it spawn one of each of these. If enemy count greater than 0... Just going to say greater than 10. And we're going to do each one we have. So we're going to do thrones. This will be the first time we've seen all the angels on screen at once. Powers, dominions, and the virtues. 1, 2, 3, 4. So we can say greater than 8. Okay. Let's see how absolutely broken everything is. That was a lot of changes with no testing. We've also never tested with all the angels on screen at once, so this will be kind of neat. We're just going to give ourselves some money. We're missing the Seraphim. Though I don't quite know why. I don't know that I ever put it in. I didn't. I knew we were missing one. The Seraphim don't target anything specific. This is one of those moments where I go back and forth. Oh. How much you want to bet that's our Seraphim not existing? Our Seraphim needs redone, I think. Timed enemy lightning. Yeah. It doesn't process states yet. It has no state machine attached to it. I went through and... Right? Yeah. No, I give it a state machine. State machine... I bet it is this one because this one doesn't have like a normal attack pattern. Though I don't see what's missing. Unsure. Oh, they just idle. There is no move state for these guys. They should... Well, no. I would actually think that it would happen here because I missed them down there, but it isn't, so do that. Okay, well, they exist. They're not moving. And they're not animating. Why are your states null? Okay. Oh. Okay. So then why are you not animating then? Random point on screen. Animation settings is set up. It's a basic animation setting. Your animation's named weird. Nope, you have idle, death, and attack. Yeah. So that should be what it's doing. Should just be doing this. Let's open the state machine. Okay. Let's go ahead and we'll open the state machine back up. I'm going to open up the Game Master real fast and get rid of... Or the Resource Manager, not the Game Master. Oh no, I am doing it in Game Master. That is where I'm excuse me, printing. Three. Over and over again. I modified the activate condition for these guys. for the default idle state. I think the mage idle state just returns true, but the new one, entity.target, is on screen, or entity.target equals vector2.0. Gotcha. So it's that one that I need. I just need to swap this out. And then us and the animation settings. So let's try that. There we go. That's better. And they just kind of pick a random point on screen and stand there. And then they attack. Yeah, cool. All right, those are working now. And we don't have a ton of errors anymore in our code, or in our outbox there. We need to open up the health bar. The character health bar scene, this. These guys are always on top. So, transform, visible, self-modulate, ordering. Isn't there like a specific... Also, what happens if I... Yeah, I was just curious. Tooltip, focus, input, and theme. Maybe there's not. Okay. Maybe we do set a Z index just real high. Let's do that. These guys just delete shit. It's kind of crazy. Okay. But that's working. Z sorting is set up on everything except the crypt now. And the crypt's going to be kind of the easiest one. Or not Z sorting, Y sorting. We enable it here. We set it to 1. We set its offset. It's like way the fuck up here. Or it's like right here. We'll say -20. And then we just transform it down 20 pixels. So we're going to transform it down 12 pixels. There we go. All right. Now we should be able to have stuff appear behind the crypt. Cool. All right. Not bad for today. We got Y sorting working. That's the biggest thing, honestly. We need to go into the state machine here and remove these print statements because they're not needed. All right. So we'll do, let me just check off that. Y sorting is done. We did start doing that. We haven't started adding the started doing that too. We haven't started doing a pre-game scene for the card store. The next angel. Well, Y sorting was the big thing, I guess, that we did today. We spent a lot of time on shaders. And we updated the particle effects and stuff. So that's at least nice. Those look good now. I'm going to cut it off here and start working on getting all the art packaged up for Felicia so she can start taking a look at recreating it and making it look all pretty and nice and all that good stuff. And then I will probably start working out the first tutorial video. I think what we're going to do is probably a Binding of Isaac style game because it's easy and it'll give you it'll give anyone who watches like a pretty good background sort of deal. So shouldn't be too bad. Really, I think it's going to come down to what art assets do I feel like making or can I find for free to start doing it. And it would be like a Binding of Isaac 1 style game. Anyways,